God damn it, bestie. God damn it. How dare you? How dare you? Thanks for the resub. I appreciate it. I have like a bunch of haikus to write. I'll start with yours. While we're waiting for our copper and iron to get finished so we can make some steel. Well, the copper is whatever, but... my brain is not working today. I'm so tired. Stoney was live before as well. It was really nice having him in my ear while I did some shopping. I do my shopping in the mornings. Fuck, I gotta change the stream elements message. Fuck's sake. How are you today, bestie? Are you surviving? Or are you thriving? Or are you conniving? Deposit some blood in the blood purifier. Great, I'm home with my baker and everything is how it should be. Nice. Oh, shit. Sometimes in this game, things will crash. Like ships will crash. Hey, Ducky! Hong Kong! And when they crash, the sandworms are attracted, but before they get there, you can, for fuck's sake, you can mount them. You can, cut them fuckers up. And get what they're made of. Another ship manifest, nice. There's the sandworm. They ain't tiny. You can see him going through the sand here. But he's not even going for the thing. Oh shit. Cut up this metal. Gal Farfetched. Didn't even know that they had Gal Farfetched. Sooner or later, the sandworm's gonna come and eat that ship, but we salvaged what we could from it already. Alright, bestie. I got your haiku right here. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? The smut fairy reigns, devouring books all day. None can withstand her. A little bit proud. It's one of my better ones, I think. Forget. We gotta. I should have it up so I remember, because I have a ton of haikus to write, actually. Keep making iron so we can keep making steel. Right. I wanted to go down to grab. And I really need to like connect these two levels somehow. I'm not gonna keep this place for much longer. I don't think. I think I'm gonna move it closer to a trading post. And here you can see we're in building view. I've put out some stuff that I want to build, but we need steel ingots for them. I think the the survival fabricator is going to be the first one to get built with the steel. The normal fabricator can make a lot of different stuff, but the survival fabricator makes specific stuff to survive. We got so much copper as well. Man, I wonder if I can make like sand bike parts now with just the copper. Yeah, I can, right? We're gonna make, oh no, not 36. We're gonna make a Mark I sand bike. It's the worst one, but it's a sand bike at least. So we're gonna wait for that to happen. We're gonna make more steel. So much water now as well. Very nice. I built a improved blood purifier. Oh, wait. I'm trying to. Because the chair, my gaming chair is still fucked up, so I gotta correct the legs to get the right angle for the fucked up leg. Oh my gosh, here we go. That's so cool. Like it's melting it into place. It's a huge ass 3D printer. What up, Miss Artie? Welcome. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing fantastic. And if you're not doing fantastic, who are we murdering? There we go. Oh fuck, now it's too little energy. Yeah, we're just gonna make another one of these. Hi, hon. I was just about to go to sleep from an exhausting 3-day drive home. As I'm more in my apartment, I set the fire alarm off, so now I'm wide awake. Oh, fuck. That sucks. I really feel for you, Artie. 3-day drive home. Man. That's a long way to drive. Oh yeah. Yeah, the survival fabricator. I think we need a respawn beacon. At least one. I want a ray, cut a ray Mark III. Be beautiful. Need ray amplifiers and cobalt paste. Buoyant Reaper. Need, yeah, cobalt paste. That's the one. A personal light. We're gonna craft that one just because. Glow tube. Welding torch. We can make spice food now. A filter with simple functional to keep the wind traps running and clear of sand. Fitted for smaller wind traps. Can craft in the survival fabricator. Cool. How was the rest of your birthday celebration? It was really good. I appreciated it, but I was also, yes, endlessly bullied. I appreciated all the donations and the messages and the love. It's still kind of hard to wrap my head around. Is this a new shipwreck, or is it the same one as before? Let's check it out. It was kind of fantastic, yeah. It looks like it's the same one since before. Okay, cut it up. Yeah, this is the one I cut up before. Yeah, no, it was a really awesome birthday celebration. Bestie's tired from the trip, having a slow Monday with the kitties. Yeah. Oh, I feel that. Just understanding what's gonna happen this week. I don't want to use my noggin just yet. I just want to sit here and wake up slowly but surely. But surely. I am a grown man, I promise. This is my favorite weapon so far, Caliph's Drinker. It's a blade that when you cut people with it, you also take their blood and put it into medium blood sacks. Vote for not doing anything, man. Same here, same here. Bestie, I think you got 2 votes for not doing anything so far. More steel. Make more iron. And we're gonna make a sand bike. Now, kids, you're gonna see how to make a sand bike. And we need a chassis, we need a PSU, we need an engine. We need treads. The treads go in 3 places. We need a hull, and I always add some extra inventory. And here, we now got a perfect little sand bike. It's the Mark I though, so it's pretty shit, but it'll work for what we need it for right now. And what we need is to grab a fuck ton of iron and carbon ore so we can make more steel, and hopefully erythrite so we can make some cobalt paste. So far, this is what this game is. You collect resources, you advance. Much like any other, whatchamacallit, survival crafting games. Fuck, right, I need the vehicle one for that. I really need to relocate, honestly. Because, like, I'm situated here, which is very pretty here, but over here we have a trade post. And you can fly between trade posts once you've discovered them. So I feel like situating myself near here would be much, much better. You know what? We're gonna try out a thing. We're gonna try out grabbing some granite and some scrap metal. We're gonna put all that in there. Yeah, how's your trip, Artie? Me and Bestie are wondering. We want to know. Tell us about your trip. Tell us about it. Where'd you go? What'd you do? What'd you see? Who did you see? Did you see God? No, sorry. We're gonna grab it. Trip was fantastic. Loved it over there. So many places I want to go back to. Nice. That's some of the best things about going on any trip, really. Is when you discover places that you just love. You want to revisit again. I'm just gonna pack this sand bike. Not necessarily a big city person, but London was okay for a few days from here. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Like, London is a beautiful city, but not necessarily something I always want to exist in. Alright, now we maxed that out. This should be enough. Went to Whitby and then to Edinburgh, and those were my favorite. Nice. Whitby isn't a big city though, right? That's like a smaller place? Ah! Balls. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix my fucking chair. I hate this chair. I hate this chair so much. I hate not having enough room here. Kurwa. I'm really trying to just get this chair to work somewhat. Don't mind haggis. Haggis is good though. Fuck it. This is good enough. I'll have to deal with it. Do we have the building tool with us? I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna put this. No, okay, we can't put that away. Yeah, the legs are bent as shit. So, it's not working properly. I'm very angry about it. Don't know what to do about it either. Dagon has been caught. Well done, bestie. Only those. Those as well, actually. Oh shit, right. We need fuel for the bike. Completely forget. It's a hazard, oh for sure. I need to get a new one. Just haven't taken the time. Haven't even ordered one. I'm no fun. Wow, that's really mean to say. Alright. Gonna grab all this. Alright. Oh shit, am I ready to try to move base? Alright. Gotta check here, because these places are drum sand, which means that if you walk there or drive over there, the worm will be alerted real fucking quick. Also, that was a worm just running in front of me. As long as you drive on the sides here, you're fairly fine. Yesterday there was a dude over here in this place that just yelled at me every time I drove by. Ah, fuck me! Scavengers! Oh Jesus, they're really hurting me. That over there is a field where you can get flour sand, and with flour sand you make silicone. It's useful, but not something we need right now. So many roundabouts. In London? Yeah. It's the favourite, innit? Just love going round and round. They're so proud of circles. I think circles are the best thing ever invented, yeah? Sorry, I need to stop being where I'm being. Why is it? Alright. See, a lot of other people have built their bases over here as well. See, we got a base there, we got a base over there. Where should our base be, though? Somewhere around here, I feel. We're gonna find it. We're gonna find where to live. That's a player built area over there as well. You know what? This is as good a place as any. Alright, oh shit, right. My older brother lives in Australia and he sent us a video chatting you around about that nobody could figure out. It was diamond shaped? Oh Jesus. Diamond shaped roundabout. Not enough materials? Oh shit, right, because I need salvaged metal and all of that is in here. Let's put away that. Let's put away that. Let's put away that. If at all possible. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna place it right there. And we're gonna start building here. The building system is kind of fun. It's just the snapping system I haven't really figured out yet. No, fuck. A diamond-shaped roundabout, though. What the fuck does that even look like? Like, I understand that it's diamond-shaped. I'm not that thick, but like, where would they make a diamond-shaped roundabout? Further inside land claim. Insufficient stability. Let's see. It was on the news. Nobody could figure out how to go around it. Even the city council guy didn't know how the plans got passed. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I don't know, mate. Shouldn't have been these. It's fucking weird, isn't it? Right, No, fuck's sake. I'm still not the best at building with this shit. Balls. It's not that hard either. Like, it shouldn't be fucking up this badly. Rooftop, 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 rooftop. Because I want somewhere to place my bike. And the bike gets hurt in the sunlight. try to get this to work. Oh yeah. It's working. It's working. Bird. Bird. Hey, good guy. What up? Very nice to have you here. Very, very nice to have you here, actually. So good to see you. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing splendid, even. Alright, right. Alright, so this is... Honk, 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 honk. What's annoying here is I want to be able to park here, and I want to be able to just, like, dump shit out here. Because we could build storage here. I'm gonna place that there. Oh, fuck's sake. I think we're gonna have this. See, the snapping thing here is annoying because it's not always very clear what is snapping where. Oh my, fuck off, good guy. You fucking got me there, though. That was ages ago since someone got me. Well done. Well done. Now we're not friends anymore. Popping in on your way to work. I appreciate you popping in. Yes and no. No, there's only a yes or no to that question, good guy. Yeah, be careful. Oh, that's a sandworm. Sandworm. Let's see here. I'm gonna build that. I got so much building materials left. So much building material. I'm gonna place one there. Just cause. can climb up to my own door. You have an AC, but it doesn't work. Sick. Well, not having a AC that works is actually like your employer is legally required to make sure that you don't overheat at work. So get them to fix it and tell them you'll sue if they don't. No, don't threaten to sue your employer. It's never a smart idea. Oh yeah. Now we're building. Oh yeah. Look at this prettiness. Look at how pretty this is gonna be. Fuck yeah. And it's by a trading post, so if we ever die again, which we're definitely gonna do, we'll be able to just teleport to the trading post and then just jump down to this beautiful little place that we will call home. Alright, so this is something I enjoy with a building tool, that you can just aim it and you don't need to be too close to it. But when it comes to close quarters, it's really difficult to snap. Hot, you can say, according to my weather app, it says I want to go up to 29 degrees Celsius. Jeez, dude. It's a bit too much. Ain't it, bruv? 29 Celsius is too much. Way too much. Whoa. Something crash? No. Okay. I want some generators here. Two Jennies take up too much space. Wait, did we? This is a sub-thief console. Advanced one? No, it's just a sub-thief console. Fuck. Oh my gosh, and here you can find all the furniture and decor and stuff. I've been looking for those things. Fucking hell. Oh, I'm such an idiot. UV at 7? Dude. Not acceptable. There we go. Now we have more room as well. I was going to stay inside of my work all week. Yeah. That's what you should be doing. Either way. Fuck, I got no more things in here. Wait, I gotta go grab some coffee and some more nicotine pills! I'm back. Ouchies. Yes. Alright. It's all good. And now I got nicotine pills. I put the empty one in my pocket, in the same pocket where I put the full one. And of course I grabbed the empty one. There we go. Alright, but yeah, I think first off, we need to place stuff. Ah! Jesus Christ, that's loud. Boom, 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 boom. Jesus, but yes. Chippy chippa chappa chibu chaba. Alright, so we got some storage here. You know what? We're gonna place a storage here as well. No matching items. Your mom's not a matching item. Oh my gosh! America. Ore refineries. I think we could have them here, right? It'd be cute. Honk! I'd love to see like a super American goose. That'd be funny. Let's see, fabricators. Just the normal fabricator I think we can have here. Garment fabricator. Right, let's start with the vehicles fabricator because it's a little bit too big for everything else. Weapons fabricator. Ooh, nice. Garment fabricator. This works, right? We got the fabricators here, some stuff there. Alright, let's see. Utilities. We're gonna try to have some wind traps or wind turbines up here. I think that would be smart. Just to get that extra power. Wind traps as well. I think would be pretty good to have. Tolstoni needs to get a duck quack for his notations awards. Yeah. He does. Especially for you. He really needs to have a quack to make sure everyone knows that Ducky has arrived. We're gonna have a pentashield surface there. Well, yeah, we're definitely gonna have the recycler here. And then the repair station. There. That'd be good. Alright, and now we're gonna do something that I didn't know I could do. We're gonna change sets. We're gonna look at decorations. Show'em suspensor lamp. I'm gonna add that to favorites. We're gonna add that to favorites. You know, we're just gonna look at all here. Couch. I'm gonna add that to favorites. We're gonna add the desk to favorites. Side table to favorites. Definitely the bed. And the wardrobe. And the drawers. Ooh, a wall partition, nice. And a bookshelf. Don't want a red carpet though. Abstract sculpture. What can I? Oh, never mind then. Lighting. Jesus, this one is really annoying. Don't want that actually. Let's see there. Interesting. I feel like I should have a... Wait, no, I have a honk. I have the honk. I was like, I should have something for Ducky as well. But I do already. Technically it's for the whole chat, but you know. So these are floor lights. Yeah, said. I'm an idiot. Ooh, that's kind of nice though. There we go. There we go. It's gonna be so bright in here later. We need the bed right here. Side table right there. Oh my gosh, where should we have this then? We got an ad incoming, gang. Is this even smart? I love just decorating like this. It's fucking beautiful. One of my favorite things in any game is decorating and building. In survival crafting games, it's basically the reason I play them. Alright. Decoration. Whoa. But those are red. I don't really care for red. Ooh. We got way more stuff here. Very interesting. Roofs, inclines. Half ramp. Oh my lord. I love it. Why did I not see these things before? Oh yeah. Refineries. Small ore refinery. Add incoming, yo. Thank you, bestie. You got the Twitch drop for Phasmo, nice. What was the Twitch drop? What did Phasmo give out? A special badge, of course, nice. Oh my gosh. Look at all this though. It's the ladder. We're gonna just drive out here. And we're gonna see if we can't. Oh, come on! Oh, come on. But what if I'm too lazy to? Please. Get on the floor. Oh my gosh, alright. Fine. Ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, fuck me. You only get 12 today because my tits are hurting, man. Ouchies. The ad. Haha. Poor titties. Titties are poor. Could you do the command that I did 12? I'd appreciate it. Thank you, love. Structural. It's like, I'm realizing I can probably make a... like a proper... What was I gonna say? Like a proper fucking garage here. Especially now that I apparently have a bigger subfief. Blocked by placement of another object. There we go. We made up our minds about the wedding invite we got for the October wedding. So me and Hubs are going to Sicily. Oh my gosh, nice! Nice. Fucking Sicily, bro. Fucking Sicily, bro. You gonna get Sicily? So happy for you, though. Sicily is beautiful. So much good food as well. Y'all gonna get fat the way you decide. Perfect time, won't sweat my tits off. That's true. That's true. It's very true, actually. Nice not having to sweat your titties off. Oh shit, I'm almost out of water. Good thing I have a water canister on me at all times. I'm gonna have another one there, I think. And then we're gonna have an incline. Oh, fuck's sake. What if we have the incline over here instead, then? Not enough materials. Eat my balls. Oh, come on. Please tell me I'm right. Yes, nice. What the fuck? Alright, see you later, besties. Bestimus Maximus. Alright, I guess we're not. doing that at all. And we should need like one of these. Or just say fuck it and go with this. Oh my gosh, yes, a normal fucking passageway. Alright, so we got enough here. Definitely need more granite though. Can't take it for granite. I'm hilarious. I don't care what people think. I'm super funny. Oh fuck, I've been out in the sun for too long as well. Alright, let's see what we can dump in here. We can definitely dump in copper ingots, salvage metal, iron, steel, granite. We could do components here. So these are things we can like salvage out and about in the world. Oh shit, right, I have more coffee. Oh fuck yeah, coffee. Yeah, I fucking love this game. It's like the best game I've played in a good long while. I don't hate it in the least. I'll probably want that with us though. We're gonna grab this, and we're gonna grab a small storage container. Just build that there. And just build that here. Like there's good progression, and there is like the design of everything is fucking wonderful. The only thing that I would like to see done better is probably the level design in places. Because, like, in some, like, you can find old Fremen places, like sub-fiefs and stuff. And for those places, I'd love to see a bit more variety. Because so far I've seen kind of the same over and over again. And that's not the most fun. But I understand as well that, like, with a game this big, you can't have too much variety either. Right. We're gonna place this here. Place that there. But it's, like, very pretty. I think, at least. What else did we have that we needed to get rid of? No, that's it, right? I'm gonna place a respawn beacon somewhere in here as well, just because. There we go. So if we die, we'll be able to respawn right there, next to our bed. That feels like it's kind of important. I'm gonna take all of this, run up with it. We could just do a quick deposit, right? Yes, nice. Alright, so what I think we're gonna do now is we are going to advanced sub-fief. That's a home base, that's a home base. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drive back to that home base and we're gonna demolish as much as we can, bring with us as much as we can. And we might have to do one more trip after that, but then we should be fine after that. That's drum sand. That's drum sand I'm driving right over. It's not good, because that means, yup, there we go. That's a maker, and he's mighty fucking pissed. Luckily, I get away. Let's see. Like, I haven't been scouting for granite for so long, but now I realize I need it. No, you know what? I'm just gonna, like, demolish my home itself and grab the granite from there. Reuse, recycle. Oh, shit. No, I thought it was gonna be a ship that crashed, but no, it's a Sardaukar ship. Go around inspecting shit. And that's my place over here. Why am I pointing to a screen that you can't see? This over here is my place. And I, stupidly enough, placed it right in the path of a Sardaukar patrol. So that's less than smart, I feel. We're gonna extract a fuck ton of water. We're gonna drink. until we're full. And then we are going to demolish these fuckers. Demolish that one. This one contains nothing. This one contains nothing. 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 Alright. So the water stuffs here we kind of need still. Backpack is now full. Let's see what we can get rid of. All of that. Sounds good. So much stuff. Quick deposit. What do you mean no matching items? Alright, fine. I guess you're right. I guess you got me there, game. We're gonna demolish this one. A wild... What's that? Lechonk? Shit, I gotta have a lechonk. I'm gonna grab all that, all that. Def all this. You know what? No, we don't need all that jazz. Backpack is full. We'll see about that. Alright, now that one is full at least. Alright, Alright. Gonna drink one more time, and then we're gonna drive away. Fucking Sardaukar. You can Sardauk these nuts! Thank you so much for the lurk, bestie. You know I appreciate it. And I appreciate you. I feel like there might be a bit too much going on the screen right now, so if we remove the chat overlay and the Spotify capture. No, wait. That Spotify window, that's the one. That's a bit better, I think. Let's see, where are we? There we are. Yeah, this looks much better, right? Whee! Gotta make sure I don't run into drum sand again. Oh! It's a crash chip. And I don't have space in my inventory to actually grab anything from it. Just too bad. Makes me sad. Alright, yep, we're just going forwards and forwards and forwards. Whoa. It's a bunch of lag. I started up the tower on my computer, like on the streaming computer, so that might be why. We'll see. Yeah, it definitely eats some CPU power. On the startup only, though. Interesting. Let's see, we can place complex machinery in there. Carbon ore, for sure. Spice sand. That one we can repurpose. Spice infused stuff. Iron ore. Copper ore. Spice infused. Alright. You know what? We're gonna... Oh. Oh, fuck, we can't. God damn it. I'm gonna place that in there. I need more iron. Just a ton of iron. We're gonna place those in there. Get rid of those. Yeah, now we're just gonna... Oh, for fuck's sake, really? There we go. That's annoying. Like, that's definitely gonna happen more than once. And the thought is that I should just be able to quick deposit stuff here. That's not a copper ingot, though. That's an iron ingot. What the fuck? Alright. More. quick deposit, storage full, storage full. Quick deposit. Nice, alright. And wait. More there. Fuck, alright. Welding wire deposited. That should not happen because I need the welding wire. We're actually gonna do this instead. Not the smartest thing to do right here, but I need to be able to place stuff somewhere where it's not in the way. Ship manifest, binos, vehicle backup. The rest we kind of want and or need. Fabricator, yes. Improved blood purifier. Fuck, we need that one though. Alright, just gonna dump shit in here. Iron ingots. No, fuck. There we go. The blood purifier is kinda important if we wanna make iron and shit. And shit. Alright, no matching items. No fuel cells. Alright. Get rid of that. Then I place the recycler down here. Yeah, I did. Nice. Wait, no. I don't need to do that. Because I need another sand bike anyway. Later. Alright, alright, no. You know what? We're gonna dump a fuck ton of water in here somewhere. Oh, nice. There we go. Alright, now we drive. Man, I really enjoy this game. It's got everything I want from a survival crafting game. So far I've only really shown you the traveling methods, or some traveling methods, and building. The combat is thrilling, I gotta say. Like you have different long-range weapons, Uh, Mostly they are dart based, so you like shoot darts with weapons instead of bullets. And there is one disruptor as well that shoots energy, and that's good against shielded enemies. But I usually go with the darts anyway, because when there's a shielded enemy, if they shoot, they drop the shield. So if they shoot, I'll just shoot them first. And when there are shielded enemies who want to melee me, all I do is bring out my Kinjal and I sniggity snig them, slicing and dicing them. And that's challenging at times, but it's super fun as well. Come on, thank you. No. Nah. Yeah. All of that is pretty useful. All of this is pretty useful. Backpack is full. Say less, honey boo boo. Alright, we're just gonna extract as much water as we can, and then we're gonna demolish these fuckers. And we're gonna grab all this granite. Oh shit. Did I remove a bit too much? Yeah, confirm. We're just gonna kill everything here. Like, there's no reason to keep anything. Oh, that's a lot of iron ingots as well. Man. It's getting kinda hot. Alright, that's it. We're moving. We have officially moved. No. So with all this, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna fix up some of the last walls around the basically what's gonna become the vehicle bay, and then we're gonna get production up and running, and I think we're gonna look for some iron. I think that's what we need right now. And we'll have to find the third trial as well, sooner or later. This is also something I really enjoy. Like, just locate the third trial. Like, I can see here that this is my... I think this is supposed to be my inner sight, so that it's somewhere in that direction. But I don't know exactly where. Whoop. I think that's a sandworm moving over there. Oh shit, I forgot that there's a Bramblin in the chat as well. That's one of those Pokemons I haven't seen before. Because I stopped playing Pokemon a little while ago. Alright. I want to make this look nice. Quick deposit, quick deposit. Quick deposit, quick deposit. There we go. We should probably place that in there and that as well. And then food stuffs we can have up here, right? I still haven't reached the point where you can see spice levels in your blood, but apparently that's something that will become important later on. And because of that, you can make spiced food, like spice infused food. So you can keep your spice levels up. No matching items. Nice. That's actually good. Let's see. These are all components. That's the thing. I need another container, I think. Another one of these little bastards. For the Holtzman generators. And now we just quick deposit. Alright. Like, first things first, we gotta build some stuff. Repair station, no. Small chemical refinery, yes. That one, yes. Garment fabricator, no, but the survival fabricator I really want. Weapons, no, no, no. All of that is whatever. Right, repair station, let's go. Alright, that's just granite. Just granite. We need... Oh shit. Oh, the furniture. Fuck it, why not? There we go. Oh, these are some cool ass doors as well. Need iron ingot for that one. Much cooler windows. Okay. Man. Got instantly sent out for a job helping someone at their place. Nice. Well, you're welcome back here. As always. Let's see, I'm just building shit. Invalid position? You're an invalid position. There we go. Alright. That's just granite. Nice. Nice. Just making all these sexy ass furniture. I'm gonna need way more granite. Interior decoration. Why can't I? Alright. Okay, wait. Furniture. There we go. There we go. There we go. How long are you planning to stream today? Until 12 o'clock. That's what I usually do on Mondays, so that's what we're going for today as well. I'm thinking... Why, you want me to do a shorter stream? Do you want me to stop streaming right now? I'll stop if you tell me to. Longer? I can't do a longer stream. I got therapy I need to go to, and I got stuff I need to do at home. The fuck? Man, I've been placing things wildly. There we go. What is this? Why did it just build random shit? Steel, silicone steel, and calibrated servoc. Yeah, we can't build any of these things just yet. Says who? Says me. Big sexy! Alright, we're gonna get back here. No, you know what? Show 'em shelter. This is the one I need. Special? No, walls. Structural. All. Rounded window. Where are the... Here they are. Pentashield surface. Ooh, but that actually looks like it might take up some space. There we go, much better. fat walls. Fat walls. There we go. Structural. Alright, sorry, but that's fucking weird. Why can't I place a column? Like, it should be... I should be able to place it right here. No, it has to be by itself? That's weird. We're gonna move this. Let's see if... Do we have, like, nicer looking floors and shit here? Structural? No. Walls. Roofs? It's a swallet! In chat! It's a bird. I know that much. A hatch? Rounded roof. Specials. Roofs. Ooh. That's actually not too bad. It looks very nice, actually. I like the rounded edges. There we go. Alright. This looks cute. Nice. Oh, we don't got enough power. Alright, we're gonna move y'all. Down here instead. And we're gonna build another one of those. And we're gonna grab all of that, and we're gonna shove it right in there. And now everything's working again. Yay! Wonderful. Alright, we're gonna move you. You're gonna be there instead. We're gonna move all of this a little bit. So we can hopefully build here. No. Alright, because demolish that. Now we can build here. There we go. Alright, so now we just got a space here that I don't know what to do with, but we'll definitely find a use for it. We'll place you here as well, actually. Because like once you get home from a from some adventuring, you're gonna have stuff that you don't necessarily need. So you put it in the recycler, it'll piss out some stuff, and you can put it in here. Man, I'm happy about this. This is a fucking good home base. There we go. It's a good start. It's a good start. Let's see, we're gonna craft some iron ore for sure. We're gonna craft some steel as well, for that matter. We don't need much else there. Survival fabricator. No, no, no. I got the personal light though, right? Yeah, I do. How do I... Oh, cool. Personal lights. Dope. Let's switch those two. So then I have like long range and short range. Wait, where the fuck did all my QQs go? There we go. This one does more damage though. Holy shit, man! Yeah, I think we're kind of good here. Celebratory nicotine pill. This is what the game looks like in the HUD as well. We got the map. So here we can see that. Yeah, we found everything up in there where it says landscape. We found everything that we need to find. The little campfires are just yeah, these just small camps. You can find some resources there, but they're not necessarily super important. Collectibles. Wait, what the fuck? Where did I not gather intel? Over there at Aaron's post. Alright, we're going there. We need to gather intel. Because intel is used for research. And whatever you research, you can actually build. And we want to be able to build a scout ornithopter. So we need 30. Right now I'm just drinking what my still suit has captured. Yeah, we're going to Aaron's outpost. So we're just gonna go down here, yeah. It's kind of southwest. Southeast even. I'm thinking as long as we follow along the path of the mountains here, it should be good. Kinda need to stop and grab some granite as well though. I've seen that there are buggies you can build that have built-in cut arrays, so you can mine while driving. I think that's the next stop for us. Look at this. Man. This person really knows how to build. Like, some of these buildings are so fucking rad. Yeah, I said rad. Because rad is the correct word here. Annoyingly enough, you always need plant fibers as well. Oh, I can show you some combat now, I think. He's dead. So when they die, you just go to their camps, you loot their shit. You can grab some salvageable stuff. Fuel cells. That's it. That's what he had. Not a lot. Was it worth his life? Maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't have defended it. Maybe you should have just given it to me. Alright. 3-minute ad is starting. Sorry, people. Those are bedside tables you just placed there. It's cute. Definitely need some more iron. There we go. Gotta collect the small ones as well. As we say in Swedish, many creeks small. Let's see here. Oh fuck, no! Ah, balls! Alright. Welcome. This is a Sardaukar patrol ship. So what they're doing now, they're capturing me in a stasis field. They're gonna drop like 4 soldiers. And I'm gonna have to fight them. Luckily, they're shooting a lot and not trying to fight me hand to hand, which is good for me because I'm a pretty good shot. But I'm lousy when it comes to close combat. Let's see. Instead of the building tool, yeah. And then what you do is you exsanguinate them. You grab their blood. They're made of resources, gang. This is weird though, because like I entered the vehicle and immediately it acts as if I'm in shade. Told you it was going to be 4. are you, fucker? The ad is over. Man, I hate it when you get overheated like this. So now that... Well, they're not Sardaukar specifically. They are Sardaukar patrol ships, but they send out Shoam mercenaries. You go there as well. Oh, there you are. Kind of want to keep in the shadows while you're out and the sun is out, because otherwise you'll deplete your water real quick, and if you don't have any water in your body, you die. It's almost like in real life. Oh no, it was too slow. Oh, I've been here before. This is like the second trial, I think. Because you're like on a spiritual quest in this game as well. Pupitar? Fuck yeah, I need a Pupitar. You go down here. And you inhale some spice and you have some freaky visions. And you talk to Fremen ghosts, basically. Because this game takes place in the Dune universe on Arrakis, but in a different world where, like an alternate universe, where Paul Atreides was never born, and instead Jessica, the Duke Leto Atreides concubine, she had a daughter, and this is ostensibly like Paul Atreides seeing that alternate future, and you're just playing it out. Which is kind of nice. Oh, come on. Oh, you activated your shields as well? Oh, Jesus! Those are 2 people. Ouchies. Alright, this is not going well. That's one. The slow blade penetrates the shield. Remember that, kids.
You're dead!
If you parry them... Nice. You can, get them to get staggered, and then you, stab them. And you take their blood. They don't need it anymore. They're dead. Oh, this is my favorite part as well. Whee!
Who's there?
Who's there? Your death. There we go. See, they had shields, but as soon as they started shooting, they lost their shields. I lost my shield as well as soon as I started shooting, but... I'm a better shot than they are, so... Is this where I'm supposed to be? Yeah, this is Aaron's post. Nice. Let's do. Oh, fuck! He wasn't entirely dead yet.
Shields up!
Fast attacks can stagger them as well, and then you go into the kill. And then he'll just stand there to get murdered. Nice. I mean, is it really murder if they attack me? How did I not find the piece of intel last time I was here? It's fucking annoying.
Habib, my honored uncle, I send you this message with the deepest regret for my unfortunate behavior and words when we last met. I know I told you I no longer needed your patronage, but I now know that was a great mistake. When I left to join the gang at the old Imperial station, I foolishly believed that stealing from town dwellers would be the key to wealth and contentment. But disaster struck from the start. A band of renegade house soldiers found our hideout and seized the station with much bloodshed on our part. It was only by pure chance that I escaped alive.
Jesus.
Foolishly, I thought our powerful patrons would avenge us. But no! They have forsaken us in favor of the renegades! Please, my uncle, do you have room for me in your band? I am most desperate, for all hands are turned against he who travels the desert alone.
Yeah, you sound real desperate, dude. Alright, this is annoying. Where the fuck is that piece of intelligence? Is it up here somewhere? Yeah, of course it's gonna be here, right? Yep, there it is. God fucking damn it. Oh, but we got 30 points now. We're gonna research the fucking Thopter. Oh, yeah. I can't build it. Because I don't have aluminium. I don't have cobalt paste. I don't have diamondine dust. But what I do have is the fucking blueprints for it. And that's important. You get suspensors that help you navigate the terrain. Shit. Like, there's so much in this game that's just worth exploring. And they're like unique items you can find blueprints for, and then you can craft them. And I'm a sucker for unique items. They make me feel special. Alright, we got some iron. I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go home. And then on the way, we're gonna do some light mining and looting. For example, here. Ha! Didn't even have a shield and you died. Oh, and I filled all my blood containers. Nice. There we go. Grab some more ammo. Pick up a fuel cell. This is the official Fremen song. And it's about the sandworms. They want the sandworms to shake that ass. You like good sandwormussy. Sorry. Been to the fucking mountaintop. Heard where the fuck's top sea. Someone messaged me, or was it an email? Right, it's an email. Yeah. I gotta do a personality test. Well, no, I did the personality test, but there's another job opening as a salesman that I applied for, and they wanted me to do a personality test and an intelligence test, like a logic test, which feels like way too much for a salesperson position, but I really love tests, so I'll do it. Like seriously, if I'm gonna be in a store selling glasses, like why would you need to know how smart I am? I'm barely gonna do more than you could by yourself online. Like the important part there is the personality test, I guess. Like the personality part, see if I'm a nice person because I'm gonna deal with customers, but the logic part, why? Like they have my CV. They see I went to high school and university, so I don't get it. I'm just gonna quick deposit. Storage is full. Gotcha. See, some of these buildings are really, really nice as well. Just look at this. This is really pretty. Ah, sorry, that's a burp. This is something I really enjoy about this class as well, is that I get that the Q, which is a claw that you just shoot out, and if you combine that with the proper suspensor, you can fly vast fucking distances. And I really enjoy that. There we go. Alright, and now we're full. Perfect timing. Let's go home. What we're gonna do after this, now we're going home, we're depositing some stuff, maybe we'll build a little bit more, I don't know, but after that we're gonna go to the area I unlocked yesterday, or I found, unlocked, whatever, the next area for more newer resources. The fuck? Because I need to make more steel. Wild Watrel. I don't know what a Watrel is, but I'm gonna try to catch it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. No matching items. There you go. Here we are. Iron ore. Flour sand. This we can bring upstairs. Go. Storage is full. And that storage is also full. Jesus Christ. Alright, we brought back too much, gang. There we go. Iron ingots. There we go. We're gonna dump the blood in the purifier. Nice. 24,000 milliliters of blood. It's like a deal. A fair amount of blood. We're gonna make some copper ingots, and we're gonna make some iron ingots. Can't make any silicone. Respawn beacon, static compactor. Yeah, no, we need more. We need more steel. That's it. That needs iron ingots. That needs steel ingots. Oh, okay, wait. We can actually make those. Garment fabricator, weapons fabricator, or vehicles fabricator. Fuck. Do one more armor. Better vehicles. Man. It's garments. Alright, let's see here. Slaver Scout Boots. Armor value 42. Got some heat protection. Things they don't have catch pockets. So like, even though these might be better armor-wise, Slaver Stillsuit Mask. There we go. Slaver Stillsuit Body, that's 65. But the Hollower Stillsuit that I got is better. 4705, 2006. 2006. Like, they're barely better. Barely better. Yeah, no. It would be the boots, but honestly, I don't know if that's even worth it. Nah. You know what? We're gonna demolish it. We're gonna replace it here, but we're not gonna build it. Let's see what weapons we can make instead. 16.4 per hit. That's 10.9. That's gonna be a much better close range weapon. I don't want the sword, it feels like too big and clumsy. I want that one though. Instead of the Karpov. Incendiary gel rocket. We're gonna make some steel as well. There we go. Alright. Calyph Drinker. I'm actually gonna save that. I'm not gonna destroy it or anything. It's a good ass weapon. Served me well. Deposit some more blood. Let's see. Fuck, we need more cobalt paste. Recipe unknown? Oh, right. I just found that weapon. Two silicone blocks. Yeah. But yeah, we want the Artisan Jabal Spit Darts. We need a fair amount of steel for that. Speaking of the welding torch, let's see if we need to repair anything. Some repairs. There we go. Customize. Why can't I can't color it in? Oh, I did. It just doesn't really show. Alright. So good. Oh shit, right. Forgot that I have a roof that I haven't fixed here yet. There we go. And foundation that we need to fix. There we go. The fuck do you mean insufficient stability? Feel like I should be able to build more here. Build outwards. Let's see. Let's just fucking go nuts here, really. Extend sub-thief with vertical staking unit. I'm definitely gonna like build something cute over there. But right now, I gotta. Oh my gosh. I gotta run to the bathroom. Actually, I'm terribly sorry. I'll see you soon.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey gang, I'm back. I had to visit the little boy's room. This fucking chair. Is that okay? Is that? Oh my gosh! Wait. This works. Fuck you! Gonna grab some water. Oh, there was a screlp in chat as well. We all missed it. Oh, look. A little cookie. Ow. Let's see if we have enough steel to make... Yes! I don't get this, why Aaron's Vengeance is worse than the standard car fog. That doesn't make sense to me at all. Well, there we go. And we're gonna recycle you. Gonna place that in there as well. Let's see. Wait, what does that use then? Does this use heavy darts? Yeah. Oh my gosh, nice. Finally I have some use for the heavy darts. Where the fuck did I put them though? Did I put them here? No, I did not. Did I put them here? I did not. Let's see if we can just fabricate a fuck ton of heavy darts. We can! Craft amount. Fucking 50. Oh, Jesus. No, wait, maybe 20 instead? Alright. It's a decent scope. But I think the main thing is that it's gonna do damage. There we go. Alright. I think we're ready to rock and roll. No. We're going over here. I'm gonna go there first, though. All right. So I really don't want to hit the quicksand again. That's something that happened yesterday. Last thing that I did yesterday was I was over here where we're heading now. And on my way there, I saw these quicksand splotches, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna avoid those. And I did, no problem. Went around, gathered a bunch of resources, had a lot of fun. And then when I'm going back, I forget to check the map, and I'm not paying attention. And all of a sudden, quicksand. And I died and lost all my inventory. So, you know, that kind of sucks. But here we are. Oh, come on. And here we can find more of this carbon ore. And we're just gonna mine a fuck ton of this. And maybe do some missions if we can. I'm thinking that, like, we're not gonna stay for individual nodes of this, but if we find like clusters of carbon, we're definitely gonna stay for that. Fuck it. Alright, we're heading over to Keter's Shadow. We'll be able to find calibrated servox there. Let's see, someone is writing me. Oh, it's all good. It's just the group chat where Bestie is sending her workout pics and all our friends are telling her that she's awesome. Including me. I'm also telling her that she's awesome. That's me. Probably take this as well, just because like having fuel cells is a nice thing. Alright, so we got a fuck ton of carbon ore now. We got decent amount of fuel. Fuck, I think I need to go up in here. Can't wait to get the ornithopter though. It's gonna be dope. Just flying around. I can also imagine that that's like landing with that thing is gonna make a lot of sound. And there we go. That's where we're gonna head in. I think this here is copper. Yeah, it's copper. Alright gang, so what we're gonna do is classic maneuver. We're gonna gain higher ground. And then we're gonna pick them off one by one. There we go. There we go. These fucking darts are poisonous as well. Nope. There we go. So you get off 3 shots, but they die from 2. That's pretty okay, I think. There we go. Oh my gosh, I hate those fuckers. The big fuckers there. Man, I love a good sniper rifle. This is my jam. Just being able to sit over here. I don't have to fight them. Like even that fucker over there. You can barely see an outline of them. But we can kill him. Nice. Oh, fuck, right. I always forget the skill points. So I have this trooper training, but you also get planetologist once you meet a character. And I fucking forget about it all the time. Which is stupid, because, like, these things are really useful, all of this. But yeah, we got Swordsmasters, Bene Gesserit, and Mentats as well, and I haven't unlocked those yet. I need to go to Arakeen to unlock next level for an advanced trooper trainer. Alright, we're gonna pick up that identification band. Gonna grab some darts. We'll mine it on our way out. Jump Pluff appears. Let's grab it. By the balls! No, not by the balls. Okay. It's very interesting. Now, my big problem when it comes to places like this is not knowing where I've been. But I need to find 2 pieces of intelligence. We got 1.
Some of our scouts have just returned. They report that the Zalakidir is thick with new scavenger camps. The skies above are heavily trafficked by both warring houses, and the destruction they rain upon the desert draws the scavies like flies. The bounty is harvest, as my father would say, and easy pickings. At this point, we just need to be moving as many live bodies as possible. Quantity over quality. We are processing 2 slave herds per week when we should be processing 4 or 5. Our scouts in the Graben report they're tracking several bands of deserters. I know this war money would be nice, but more often than not, deserters are better equipped and trained than our guys. It's not worth the effort. For now, let us focus our capture teams on the Zalakidir and knock some heads, as my father would say. We need to get your Rabani's Mala before we become that Mala.
Ouchies. Alright, I'm fighting him all bad. I need my stamina. There we go. Now he's dead. I need this. I want their blood. Ooh, nice. You get steel ingots from these places as well. It's fucking dope. The Servox I know I need for, like the bigger, vehicles and stuff. So that's good to have. And we got our shield on as well, just because, like, if someone gets the drop on us and starts shooting, we won't take that much damage. No, that's not what I thought it was, but that's what I think it is. A victim. There we go. Scrap metal. I'm gonna take this. Whoa, I'm worried though. I'm worried. Hey, Stony. Nice to have you here. How you doing? Did you get a little bit of sleep? A little bit of rest at least? After your stream? Let's see. Oh, this is where we were. Yeah, never mind. Alright. So this area is done. Now we need to head over here. You died. See, if he's shooting, he'll drop his shield. And we do way more damage. You got some rest. That's good. Some rest is better than no rest. Come on, who's shooting at me? I heard someone shooting. There you are. Oh, and I killed someone over there with poison as well. There we go. Ducky's still here! Yay! Nice. That's a headshot. And he died. Nice. Let's see. He's still got his shield on, which I don't appreciate. Otherwise I could pick him off from here. Alright, we're just gonna jump down. We're gonna look at this, Pinnacle Station, no. Put out the eyes. Travel to Hand of Kidir, that's the one. Finding Simo. So stupid. Hey, Seven! Thanks for the lurk. Nice to have you here. Hope you have a good day at work. We're just chilling with some Dune Awakening today. I've been hyping it ever since I saw that it was gonna come out. Because I love the Dune books. Like I've read through them all. At least the Frank Herbert ones. The ones that his son wrote, I haven't gotten to yet. So like being able to be in the world of Dune. Progress in the main story. Oh, okay. Cool. So being able to like be in the world of Dune here is fucking awesome, and they've made it very well. Like the combat system is great, the building system is awesome, love the building system. And it's just fun being in this world. Oh no. No, wait. Ah! Oh shit. Shit. Alright, you know what? 7. Oh, let's go.
They're coming.
Dead. Nice. Alright, gotcha. There we go. Oh my gosh. I really don't like those Gatling gun motherfuckers. They make me worried. 'Cause, like, they do so much damage so quickly. Like, even if you have your shield, like, if you just soak the shots with your shield, the shield's gonna dissipate real quick, and then they're gonna eat your health anyway. Right, because I shot them from way over there. They've despawned now. Like the corpses. Search the slaver admin building. Attempt to sabotage and repo. Trying to lurk as much as I can so I can get lots of points saved for the next stream. That's very nice, Ducky. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. People are lurking to get points to fuck with me when I play crowd-controlled games. You know, any and all interaction is good. 3-minute ad starting. Sadly. There we go. We're gonna accept that. Yeah. Accept contract. The entire hand of Keter has become the headquarters of a slaver operation. I'm certain now that Simo was taken by those devils, but you'll never locate her without inside information. Unfinished contact you found may be the key. I know it is asking much. Whenever we find Simo, we'll need to gain the slaver's trust. Become one of them. Gotcha. Dealing with devils. Fuck, we got so much intel again. I should probably focus on getting stuff that I can actually build. Native still suit. Yeah, all of these things are way above my pay grade. Aluminium. Alright, it says here as well. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Steel products. Iron products. The thing is, like, I don't really need more here. Staking units, fuck it, why not? Like, we're gonna need to expand poops. Ah, fuck, right. I need to build a buggy. And the cutter. Fuck, I forgot about that. Slaver jobs. Deliver 1 bundle of deserter clothes to the anvil. Alright. Things like, why can't I... Here we go. Slaver jobs. Additional contracts will become available. Go put him to bed, Ducky! Go put him to bed! Slap him until he sleeps. Bundle of deserter clothes. You haven't found the second piece of intel yet either, so... Aren't you gonna die from poison? Yeah, thank you. Oh, you're not entirely dead. Well, now you are. Hello again. Done with the first support of the day. Well done. You probably made someone's life easier and better. You should be proud of yourself, good guy. Oh, come on. Just die instead. Much easier. There we go. See? Just giving up and dying is the easiest these NPCs can do.
I require backup.
There we go. See, that's my tactic when it comes to those things, is that I shoot them while they shoot me, and I just hope that I do more damage. Oh, come on! All I need to do is, like, for fuck's sake! There we go. Oh my gosh. It's like one parry. A wild Amora. Just straight headshots. Oh, come on. And then you get to stab him once again. Oh, Ducky, why? Why do you hate me, Ducky? Ah, fuck! I gotta fight this fucker first. Alright, fine. Oh my god. So mean, Ducky. But I do have a fair few push-ups to do, so better just get it over with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pathetic push-ups is what you get. Did push-ups. Oh, okay. Good guy. Beat me to it. 11:06. Yay. Hadn't seen it done for a while. Thought I'd better chip in and help you out. Thank you so much, Ducky. I appreciate you and your generous spirit. What I don't appreciate is my own weight and weakness. Oh, come on. Do you really have to disappear on me? That's a worm out there somewhere. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, you want to play that game? That's what you get. Super good. And Bestie's back. You've done too much at the gym and can hardly walk. Ooh. That one sucks. Like, you know you put in the work, but now your body's gonna hate you for a little while. Is this chess? It's some type of chess, at least. Oh shit, I barely have any light darts. Oh, because I didn't bring them. Or just realized. Alright, I need another... There we go. I'm gonna try to get back to my 3 days a week routine. 3 days a week is good, though. To be fair, to be fair, to be fair. Let's see, can we find anyone else? Come on, start shooting at me. There you go. Ooh, we got Slaver heavy gloves. Honk, 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 honk. Doctor did some push-ups for us. I did. I'm such a strong boy. There we go. And we're gonna switch the leader John. Leader John? Leader John. So the intel has to be over here, right? Wow! Haha! I did not get jump scared. I got happy there for a moment. I was like, oh, Panda's here. Nice. But no, no. It was the bestie trying to fuck with me. Which is also very fun. I'm very happy about this. I really like the suspensors in this game. Like, oh, come on. That got me again. Congratulations. Ooh, nice. Aetherite crystal? Fuck, we want a lot of those, actually. Like, I can't find where to mine them. Definitely don't need that. Shit, like, I need everything else. No, not the small vehicle cell, fuel cell. Nice, we got it. There we go. Yeah, yeah. You've gotten me twice. Good guy got me once. And now bestie. Oh. What? Why? Why? Why are you being so mean? Why? Why would you? I appreciate you so much. How am I not showing my appreciation? What do you want from me, woman? Sandbike PSU Mark III. No, we can skip that shit. Where the fuck is that second piece? I hate it when the intel hides. The intel should just be inside. Like intel inside. Fool yourself, you fucking labradoodle! I am! But I'm a pretty fool. I'm a cute fool. has to be here somewhere, right? I must have missed something. Is there a second level to this? Don't worry about... I'm worrying so much. Things like it has to be here somewhere. I'm worrying about whatever I want to worry about. You can't stop me from worrying about stuff. Oh wait, can we use the resource thingy? Find out where stuff is. And so that's a box. Get that. That's scrap. Alright, go back to work, good guy. Thank you so much for being here. Have fun at work. Yay, hydrate. I can hydrate. Yay. Glug glug. Is it over there? There's a fucking fourth part to this? Oh my gosh. Swear to God, this game. Alright, no, we can't really grab much more resources. Just need the intel and then to head back to the bike. We can always grab the darts, though. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh, that's a lot of people.
Someone's talking. Found.
Fuck, I had no stamina left.
Target.
Running away. Yet again. Brave Sir Robin. Yeah, I use OBS. Exactly. Oh, jeez. Oh my God, they're really fucking me up everywhere. Oh, fuck me. Jesus Christ in heaven. I'm not dead. I'm alive. Ouchies. I'm critically injured though. Oh, come on. Can't you just fucking give up? God fucking damn it. Oh, come on! away from me. But they're like 3-on-1. Alright, 2-on-1 now.
No one's coming to help.
Oh, come on, Panda! Yeah, I gotta murder these fuckers first, though. I'm gonna do push-ups as soon as I'm done with these scavengers.
Accept your fate.
Alright, one left. There we go. Oh my gosh. Fuck's sake. Nice to have you here, Panda. No, that's the main screen. Where the fuck? That's shitty cam. There we go. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Consistently doing 12 push-ups though. It's not bad. Could be worse. Oh my gosh. Gonna grab their blood. How you doing, Panda? Hope you're doing okay. Despite treating me like this. Oh my fucking god. Alright. I can climb this. Cool. Yeah.
Weapon empty.
Nice. Alright. It's fucking scary, man. Happy I have this weapon though. I think I gotta get me a disruptor as well, just to fuck with the shields on people from far away.
Someone here.
There you go. Alright, okay, so we're full on blood. Yeah, now we just need to find the intel. Can we grab the calibrated servoc? No. could we get rid of? Nothing really. There's the intel. So we just need the wristband to get access. Can always grab money, that's kind of nice. Not the food though.
Someone's here.
Ah, fuck! There's two of them!
Sector weather alert. Alert sandstorm is approaching.
Fucking hate those big ones. Go take a shower, bestie. Smelly bestie. Oh, they both died. Nice. I definitely need the spice though. Spice sand and spice residue. Yeah, it's fucking time. Split. There we go. They got spice here. That's insane.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, that's a spice refinery. Kinda cool. Kinda cool. Please say that, yes, finally, this is the ID band.
Grenade out!
You seem like an actual person.
Let's get the box.
Ouchies. That really hurt, man. Seems like you were someone. I'm gonna get rid of that. So that means I'm definitely gonna get a mission to get back here later as well. I just wanted to go here to see what I could find and maybe grab some intel. Oh my gosh. Fuck yeah. Spice infused steel dust. Inkvine jacket. Power pack Mark III. 24,300. Oh my gosh. Yes. Cool. So yeah, in places like this, you can find like special, unique.
Kunladi. Progress on the construction of Neo-Kartak is lagging far behind where it should be. This is due in no small part to a lack of adequate labor. Yes. I hear reports that the wild places of the world are crawling with scavengers, brigands, and fugitives of every sort. Take your forces to Jabal Ifrit and bring me the slaves we need.
Do not fail me in this, Kunladi. The only thing that separates your criminal family from the scavengers is your Imperial sanction as a supplier of critical infrastructure. It's time to supply that infrastructure, or you will be part of it, Lord Rabban.
Whoa. That's not very nice. Well, the dude's dead, whoever he was, so... I don't even know what game you're playing, it must keep going over my head. It's Dune Awakening. So it's based on the Dune books and movie. That's why we're in a desert. And they just mentioned Lord Rabban, who's one of the big bads in the Dune books and movies. The Dune media. Well, he's not that big bad. That's the thing. Like he's decently bad, I guess, but he's not one of the most dangerous one. That would be faded out. Yeah, you've seen the movies. Nice. So yeah, this is like an alternative universe in Dune where Paul Atreides was never born. And we are an escaped prisoner who crash lands on Dune. Gosh, we got so much stuff now, though. We're gonna go back to our base. We're gonna see what we can fuck with. That's a sandworm. See? Yeah, there you go. Jesus fucking Christ. Mel Gibson is in it, isn't he? No. Mel Gibson is not in it, but, what's he called? Fucking, and now, Christopher Walken is in the movies. Mel Gibson is definitely not in these movies. Christopher Walken is in Chalamet, Timothée Chalamet, Zendaya, the dude who played Thanos and Cable. The fuck is his name? It escapes me. I feel so stupid for not having it in my mind. You can picture Mel Gibson in Dune. I can picture him as well in Dune. It seems like the type of movie he'd go for. Especially now that he barely has a career. He'd just do any old sci-fi. Fuel management, deposits, 27. You know what, we're gonna dump all that in there and all that in there. Now we're gonna do this. And we'll try to dump as much as we can in there. Oh yeah, Mad Max. Mad Max he was in. The first 3 ones he was in. He was the titular Mad Maddox. And he was indeed not very happy in those movies. Now we're gonna deposit all this water again, because we needed to make stuff. We're gonna make iron ingots, as many as we can. And then we're gonna make steel ingots, as many as we can. And then we're gonna make cobalt paste, as much as we can. There we go. Yeah, Mad Max was his franchise. Franchise. I mean, it was Yeah, it was a franchise. It was 3 movies. One of his first ones, I think, as well. Putting that away there. Putting this away as well. Bundle of distorter clothes. Alright, we just gotta deliver that shit. This we can destroy all of that. Want to learn how to make this? Ink vine jackets. No, wait. Here we go. We're gonna learn how to make a buggy. Right. We've got what we need. Where did I place the spice that I had before? Is it up here? Place the spice food here, at least. Kecleon. That's a chameleon Pokemon, as far as I remember. Alright, I'm only streaming for another half hour, approx. So if you have any questions or comments, better get them in now, because I'm about to leave. Set a compactor. No, it's all good. Melange spice food. Cannot be recycled. Then why does it show up here? It's fucking weird. Quick deposit, quick deposit. There we go, that's a spice sand. I don't even know what to do with the spice sand yet, but trust me, I'm gonna find a use for it. It's a lot of steel. Got some of that as well. Very nice. So after the stream, I gotta go grab some lunch. Got some nice pasta salad. I'm gonna shove into my face. Let's see here. Number 6. No, number 7 is the constructor. Steel ingot, steel ingot. Question is though, like, yeah, I need wind turbines, but that's a lot of cobalt paste. And that's a lot of steel ingots for those. So we can't do much. Can make a large water tank. You'll go to bed, maybe? Yeah, I think you should, Ducky. Sleep is good for you. I do know you detest it. Or rather, it avoids you, but it's not really that you detest it. Fucking utilities. Gotta build more power thingies. Can I... There we go. split, grabbing that, and doing this. Sweet. Alright, we need 9 more steel. I'm gonna get 30 more. And a fair deal of iron ingots. Deposit some blood so we can make some more water. Oh my gosh, we need steel, advanced servox, and cobalt paste to make this sandbag Mark III. But I want the buggy. That's the thing. Utility rear. I got a utility for your rear. I should go visit Stony. We both had a problem with sleep. Maybe we can help each other. Maybe. Or you'll just be sleepless and doing other stuff instead, you know? You never know. You never know. Buggy rear. That's what I call my ass. It's a buggy rear. Sorry. Rattler booster module. Buy some steel dust. But yeah, I think you should go visit Stony. For sure. But that's just me. Jeez, it's a lot of steel ingots. Just for the chassis. And the hull. Man, it's almost like a buggy is a big thing. There we go. Inkvine jacket. It's got a lot of good armor value, but that's about it. You know what? It's good to have an Inkvine jacket. Vertical staking unit. Let's see here. Planar suspensor belt. Power drain 14. Yeah, I want to make a fresh power pack Mark III. Filters. Melange spice deal. Need a mouse corpse for that. I want the cutter ray. We need a ray amplifier for that. Let's grab you. Nothing there. Place those in there. Let's put that there. I'm gonna use that instead. Like, I know it's kind of a waste of space or iron ingots, but I really, really like just having a lot of storage. We're just gonna put it in here instead. Okay. There's something outside. Probably a worm. There we go. Nice, now it's just all in one place instead of two different places. You can exchange the sandbag inventory, actually. Oh, speaking of, did I empty it out entirely? I did. Nice. Alright, this is really weird. There we go. Now it fixed itself. Alright. We got a blood extractor and stuff. Construction tool. A big worm. A huge motherfucking worm. Can we repair stuff? Yes, please. No, everything else is okay. We're gonna recycle this shit. Man, we got so much good stuff. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Nice, I didn't even realize that this is where we're supposed to be with the deserter clothes bundle thingy. We're just gonna drive up to the trading post. Let's go. See, that dude just built his right next to it. It's kind of smart. Alright. Open contracts board. Deliver items. Deposit. Deliver. Contact issuer. Accept contract. Deliver items. Standard GRDA 44. Fuck, man.
Still alive.
Like, I can research it and build
We had a
it,
bet
but
going.
I don't know if I have the actual whatchamacallit points to research it. We're gonna buy a bunch of plant fiber here. because it's useful. I don't want that schematic. Not that I need it or anything, it's just I just want it. Oh, skill points. Great, research. Nice. So I might actually be able to. There we go. We now have a lot of skill points, but I don't know what to do with them. Whee! I actually want to go out there and get some stuff for silicone. Wild Tyranitar? Oh my god. No. Too far away. So now we're just gonna do it. Boys and their toys, even in games, for sure. Yeah, the worm's not happy about me gathering sand here. He's a ways away though. No, 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 no! I didn't know that could happen. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Okay.
You have been called by him, by Shai-Hulud, yet you live. This must also be Shai-Hulud has taken your soul and found in it no nourishment.
Who starves God in his desert?
Who starves God in his desert?
Jesus.
Plain words then. Pay attention. When the worm comes for you, he takes all that you have. Do not tempt Shai-Hulud. Fear him, or lose all. A fool with a great destiny who is destroyed by God. Yes, except this once.
Alright, so the first time you get eaten by Shai-Hulud, you don't lose everything. But next time, you lose literally everything? That's insane. That's a good mechanic though.
But I am here. I offer you this gift. Once and once only.
You will receive a sandbag.
A
Alright, sure.
choice once made cannot be on.
Jesus, alright. But yeah, I died. I got eaten by a sandworm. It was the first time it happened. Respawn beacon. Never happened before. That's insane. What? What? No, he said this once I won't lose everything. Seriously? Oh, fuck's sake. That's a great place to almost end the stream as well. Doctor became dinner. Yup. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm naked. Alright, well, at least he gave me a sand bike. Always something, I guess. Yeah, I lost everything. What the fuck, man? That's insane. Although I gotta say, I don't hate that that's a part of it either. Alright, first off, we definitely need to craft armor. Slaver still suit. Need more steel in that case. Ain't got that much steel. And for the corrupt still suit we need iron, and I ain't got that either. You just do a normal scavenger still suit for now then. Alright, because a still suit is needed. Like, that's something we actually do need. Alright, binoculars, definitely, I need that. Respawn beacon is kind of whatever. Fuck's sake. Cutlery Mark 1, I guess. A leader John. Absolutely. Power Pack Mark 3 would be nice, actually. And then just passive dispenser belt for that? Yeah. Jesus. Don't venture into the desert, friends. And respect Shai Hulud, I guess. Oh shit, right, I need to fuel the sandbike. I'm very happy that I at least had the chance to relocate the space before I died like that. Alright, I'm gonna drink some water. Let's see. We need more iron for that. Artisan Mala pistol? No. I need the Artisan Kinjal. Just a regular fucking Mala pistol, I guess. And then, like, some light darts. Man. You're playing with fire and got burned. Yup. Like, I feel like I just gotta accept that shit. Like, not much I can do about it. It's fair. I went too close to the one true God. Right, let's see. That's gonna be number 1. Number 2. No, number 2 is always that one. Number 3 is that one. No. Cutaway is number 2. Sorry. 8. It could be 4, 5, yeah, absolutely. Jesus Christ in heaven. So now I gotta go out and get some iron. I lost all my money as well. Fuck, I forgot about that. All my money. I had like 46k or something on me. Oh my gosh, let that be a lesson, kids. Fuck me. It's too much. Oh shit, I already had Call of Strinker, right? I forgot about that. Oh my lord. Yeah, that's look, you win some, you lose some, and this time I kind of deserved losing this, I think. Let's see, we're gonna put that on there. Out of fuel? No, you're not out of fuel. That's right. Fuck! Jesus in heaven. Alright, well. I don't even remember what I had on me. But I need iron now. I know that much. And fuel cells will be needed to power shit. And we'll just go around here. It's gonna be fine, gang. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, but we're ending stream in 3 minutes anyway. But now you got to see that. So, stream started when I died to quicksand and lost almost everything, and now it ends as I've died to the sandworm and actually lost literally everything I had on me. That is insane. Such a good mechanic, though. Like, I bet people get real fucking upset about it, but it's like, it makes sense. It's a logical mechanic. Like, if you get eaten by this giant fucking sandworm, you're not gonna have a corpse to get back. Like, if someone shoots you and kills you, yeah, maybe you can go back to your corpse. The LV is piecing together a lurking puzzle. The final piece is your chat. Oh my gosh. Ad is over. Welcome back, ad viewers. If you missed it, I got eaten by a sandworm. And now I need to find a fuck ton of iron again. And now I'm afraid of the worm. Oh fuck. There it is. Yeah. I'm trying to get out of your way, man. I just needed to go up here. Jesus. don't want to fight that guy. But I'm seeing, like, stats that people have killed sandworms, and how the fuck they do that, I don't understand. Alright, some copper might be nice, actually. Oh shit, right!
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
A Coriolis storm will hit Arrakis? Dude. Those are not to be trifled with. Looks like a lovely worm. You're a lovely worm. Man, I want the Emperor's wings again. Yeah, I got eaten by a worm. It sucked. Poor efficiency as well, because I don't have the good cutlery. Fuck off. There we go. You'll re-watch the VOD for that? Wow. Yeah, how did it go last night with Repo? Oh wait, like when I got oh come on, man. Why are you gonna do me like that? Oh man, yeah, I really gotta log off. We've been on for 4 hours and 9 minutes. I have suffered one of the most humiliating deaths ever. I mean, honorable deaths, because technically getting eaten by God is good, right? Fuck, I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna park our ass here. And we are going to quit the game. Oh my gosh. That shitty cam is on as well. You were getting carried. Nice. Nice. That's something I need to watch then. Oh my gosh. Alright, gang. Thank you so much for seeing me, for being here. I might be online tonight. My friend Marcus wanted to start playing League of Legends with me again. So we might get on League of Legends tonight and suck ass.